Hello everyone. I am Steve from Mac84, and welcome to another Mac84 live stream. How's it all going, everybody? My goodness, it's been a while. I've done some Patreon exclusive thingamawhatevers for the past few streams, but it's been a bit, and just simply because I needed to dedicate the time that's required for other things. I just put up a VCF East 2022 video on Patreon. Hopefully that'll be out by this weekend. Yes, that's a month overdue, but life happens. So there we go. All right, let's see who has joined us here today. We have Retro Techie. We have Joe from Joe's Computer Museum. We have Patrick Geis. We have Brandon is here. Pentium is here. Hibby is here. Sad Mac is here. Les Carbon is here. S6 Edge 7. Yeah, sure. That's how you say it. Sorry. Kranos, maybe is here. William is here. And Retro Techie is popping it again. Big wagging of my finger in shame to Jay of House of Moth, who was pressuring everybody to stream for the last few days. It doesn't even bother to show up to a live stream. No. Oh well. So we have a Macintosh SE30 here. And this is this guy right here. Now this is a bit rusty. And we're going to be talking about this in a moment. We're going to do a test here. Brad is here. Hello. And yes, it is a G3 all-in-one, aka a Molar Mac in the background. Yes, Jay does eat moths. Hey, Jonathan, how's it going? So this Macintosh SE30 I picked up for $20. The case of it was very rusty. You could check out the previous live stream that I did about this machine. The thumbnail is full of rust, so you'll be able to identify it. But a lot of scrubbing and cleaning later, and it has a bit of a different story here. Hey, Scarlet Swordfish. Hello. Hey, Bruce. I was just shaming Jay for not showing up. So, Bruce, I'm glad that you stood up and put him in his place. What am I even talking about? Anyway, I just realized I was going to do a smoke test on this thing, but yeah, the capacitors, the old capacitors are still on here. Oopsie doodle. So we might have to remove a few. I mean, they look clean, but that's just Steven. That's just because yeah. Anyway, this is Bruce's favorite type of repair, where I run wires from one side of the board to the other. He doesn't like that. But let's look at this under the microscope and I'll explain what happened. TomTom Computing is here. Hello. And let's go to our microscope camera here. And get everything situated, so you guys can see the carnage. Because this thing is pretty funky looking. Let's just say that. And so, hey Adam, how's it going? So we had to do a lot of creative trace repair. Now, in my defense, I'm not doing this to be pretty, because I don't want to spend the time to make this look pretty, and then I go to test it and it doesn't work. And what have I done? I've spent hours or more minutes or whatever. So this looks ugly. But basically what I'm trying to do is make sure all the connections that were not making a connection before that should have are now doing that. And so I'm trying to unscrew up what this battery bomb did, because there was a battery in this area of the board and it went kablamo, and it's no longer there. And so a lot of these traces and a lot of these vias and everything are just gone. And a lot of these chips are all nice and crunchy too. So I've actually ordered replacement chips for basically everything on this side that was easily scorable on Mauser and such. And that shipment comes in tomorrow. So that's all these chips. This area here. All these little UI3, UJ3, and some of the resistor packs and such. Whatever was in stock, I grabbed them, because I thought, you know what, it doesn't hurt to have some extras of those. And Bruce did send me some, but they were for the other side of the board, I believe. Well, not side, but up in the other corner thing. But Lord of Nothing, hello, and to the games, hello. And so, yeah, what I'd done was I did a lot of trace repair, or at least hopeful trace repair. We don't even know if this will fix it. And that's what we're going to do today. We're going to do a smoke test. I really don't like the look of this capacitor, so I think I might just whip that one off before we test it. I mean, I think I've actually had an SE30 show signs of life without any capacitors at all. So yeah, but you didn't come here to not watch me do things. So I'm gonna tap the top of the microphone by mistake with my palm as I go to grab these little heat shield thingamajigs, because we're gonna use our hot air gun. And it'll probably be good if we plugged in that hot air gun, because it's not plugged in. There we go. Oops. Hitting everything today. It works better with capacitors. Yes, it does. Yes. Goodwill finds. Always good. I always forget to send my picture in to Clint whenever he does one of those things. But alright, so we're just going to point the camera down here. iPhone 2G. It's just called the original iPhone. People call it the 2G because the 3G one came after, but it's the iPhone first generation. At least that's what I would call it. I don't think it's ever officially been known as the 2G, but I do have an original one. I bought one brand new, and then it got stolen when I gave it to my brother to use it after I got a newer model, and I never saw it again. So I was very happy to get one from Elite Obsolete Electronics. They have a great Twitter. Check them out if you're not familiar with them. Oh, this cap is not going to be fun to take it off. But yeah, happy to have one in my collection again. It's a bit silly to use because it can't really do too much, but I did a video about it. And yes, I remember you telling us that, Bruce, that the original phone never made it over there. Barely made it here because it was only on one carrier, AT&T, then Singular, for the longest time before the iPhone 4S, I believe, was on Verizon first. Well, not first, but it was on Verizon, and then they shared. No, I mean, it's the first of a generation, so you'd call it one. I mean, that's... I'm not gonna get into the mathematics of it. Alright, so we're gonna blast this little capacitor off, hopefully. And where's my little fan? Here we go. And hopefully that gets the heck off of our board here, because we don't want it there. And sorry for the white balance and everything, but you're not going to really be seeing much. Oh, this is not going to come off at all, I don't think. Let's see. I don't think there's much to get off of here. This capacitor is just so crusted. Let's see. There we go. My goodness. That did not want to come off. Oof. Alright, wait for this to cool down, then we'll move it out of the way. And we'll move the camera angle. So you can see this lovely crusted, corroded capacitor. Let's go back to the microscope here. You want to see this one. This one is quite crispy. So this has corrosion all over it. So it's quite a corroded cap, as you can see. 11 yen. Whoa, slow down there, Adam. And so yeah, had a nice layer of corrosion. Absolutely delicious. And that's a keeper. No, we're gonna throw that in the trash. Where's the trash? There it is. Bye. And so we do have the rest of the caps on the board, but let's see how that came off there. I've seen worse. That's the best you could do. Yeah, that's not terrible. Although it looks like... No, that's just the lamination of this part of the label coming off, which... I thought there was two labels. It looked like there were almost two labels. Alright, so let's turn on the soldering iron. I just want to clean this up. We'll put one cap on there, and then... I think I'll leave the rest on them, maybe. I mean, the sound may not work, the video may not work. I'm just seeing if there's any life at all from this thing. At all. Crusty Lucky Caps. They're electrolytically delicious. Oh, Joe. Joe is our resident goofball here, and I say that in the best sense of the word because I'm a goofball too. And so Joe is just like setting the bar high for me to make sure that like I'm being fun and enjoyable and goofy, because that's sort of, I'm not a professional. I'm just poking around with things and we're having fun. That's what we do. At least when it's my stuff. When we're working on a client board, it's serious business. A lot of old crusty solder here, so we're just trying to get all that gunk off of here. Not actually too terribly bad. The underside of Joe's desk. The underside of my desk is very boring. Very, very boring. It's a piece of wood. And there's junk there too, but... Oh, I just messed that up, didn't I? So we are missing a diode here. We are also missing a crystal, but from my understanding, that's related to the clock circuitry. So the machine should give us some signs of life, maybe? Either way, I have those parts on order. I will be receiving them in the mail tomorrow sometime. So, no matter what the case may be with this thing, if it gives us some life or it doesn't, at least we'll have more parts for it tomorrow. Oh boy. How goes your new PC diagrams you're making? PC restoration diagrams you're making? Well, that's the capacitors I ordered for the SE. Well, not the capacitors, but the chips and stuff I was ordering for the SE. And the crystals and junk, I actually ordered the caps for that machine too. Which I think I need my head examined, because it was cheaper to buy a brand new, well, not brand new, but a used motherboard and all that stuff from eBay, rather than, just going out and buying the caps to redo it. And that's what Bruce has been saying with the iMac G5, same scenario. I'm going to spend more on the caps than the machine's really, really worth. I mean, hey, to somebody, maybe that's like the best machine ever. But to me, it's just some dumb PC I picked up for $9. And I was like, yeah, okay. So I do want to just give a little plug here to Bruce of Brankus Creations. It's an excellent website, and that website is called recapamac.com. And the lovely thing about recapamac.com is it has all of your recapping needs for your vintage Macintosh computers. So for example here, if I actually click on the button here in OBS, you will see a lovely website called recapamac.com. You can go to recapamac.com.au or just recapamac.com, but essentially you have this resources tab here, which gives you nearly every vintage Macintosh. Do I spy the original Macintosh portable non-backlit on here? Bruce, for shame. No. I'm just kidding. Bruce knows what he did. So we have the SE30 here. We have the handy links right to the capacitors on Mauser.com to head you in the right direction. And you have a beautiful guide here. So we can see that this capacitor that we pulled off, although ours is in slightly different location because ours is a different revision of the board, we know that that is a 47 microfarad 16 volt capacitor. So that's exactly what we're going to replace that with. Oh, Recap-A-Mac is not my site. Although when it goes down, you could complain to Bruce, because it's not my site. It's his. Alright, so we're going to take out one of these tantalum capacitors. If I could peel the tape of the thingamajig off here. Come on. We have to use our snips here to help us. There we go. Everyone I've recapped. Yes, mostly every machine that Bruce has recapped is there. So that's we like to kid Bruce and say, oh, you should put this on here, you should do that, but we just tease him. We know he does a lot for this community, and it's greatly appreciated. And if you like doing things for this community, or you like looking at the efforts of others and just sort of curious about this stuff, I'd strongly suggest you sign on to the website tinkerdifferent.com. Tinker. Different. It's a play on Apple's old slogan, Think Different. If you go to tinkerdifferent.com, you have a bunch of cool resources and threads and posts from people just like myself and Bruce and other awesome people. So there you go. I believe there is a color classic guide for the logic board on there. I think there's both revisions. Or no, I'm thinking of the classic. Color classic only has one revision? Wow, I'm losing my touch. I can't remember. But yes, there's certainly a color classic on there. Now, I know some of the analog boards, it's, of course, the international variety, because that's what Bruce has been used to, but I know there are other resources for the US version of those analog boards, if need be. So we're just not doing the best job here. We're just slapping a cap on here, just so it's not missing. And then I guess we could see what's going on with this machine when we try and fire it up. Yes, and Bruce, if you well, I got it already. I already have it in my clipboard. There's the website, recapmac.com. So if you're too lazy to type it, you can just press the thing and you're there. Now, there are a few questionable looking caps on this board. There is no doubt that this thing is not going to work 100%. If it does, I will be flabbergasted. However, I think it's good enough that we could maybe try and do a little bit of a smoke test here. And by smoke test, I mean we're going to plug it in and see if it explodes. Hopefully it doesn't. I tinker normally. Well then, good day, sir. Get out of here. What are you doing here? Hey, Eric. Hey, VHS. Hey, Joe. Anybody else I missed? Sorry. Hello, hello, hello. So I do have this Macintosh SE behind me. Let's get some of the things out of the way here. And I'm going to put some memory in here. Now, I believe I have to have it in bank A. That's the bank closest to the edge of the board. To start the machine, just, you know, I'm not going to fill up every memory bank. Now, the first 4 memory banks here aren't too bad. But this one up here has some corrosion in it. So it's probably a good thing that we're bypassing that. You missed something. What did I miss? Tell me. I'm stupid. I don't remember the things. Missaid something? Welcome to my life. Missaid something. I always missay something. Smoke test? Schmock test? There we go. And I do have the standard SE30 ROM that came with this, but it is very badly corroded. Let's take a look at this under the microscope. Oh, look at that. Ooh. 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 Yuck, 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 yuck. Now, could this be fixed? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. But I have one of these Big Mess of Wire ROM sims, which I guess is technically dangerous to put in here because it could blow up. And I'm going to scrub the heck out of this socket real quick, because it is very corroded. And without that ROM sim socket working correctly, you're not going to have a machine boot up correctly. And that's just a fact. Is it just me, or did most of that corrosion come off? Hopefully it wasn't by pins falling off. Yeah, so Bruce's page is fantastic. Has a lot of great resources on there. I do have some guides on my website, Mac84.net, where I do list a few recapping guides, but they're more like one-off things and such. Well, VHS, I think that's a natural progression. And sometimes when life gives you those things, it's like a little blessing there. So, yeah. All right, it does look like a few of these are still a bit corroded. I'm just going here with the scalpel, and I'm just lightly flicking up any of the corrosion there. Yes, they do make new ones of these sockets, but I don't have any. So, trying to type on my phone. Okay, so I'm going to set this up, but then I'll maneuver the camera a little bit, so if it does explode, we can all experience it together. And hopefully it doesn't, because that wouldn't be fun. It'd be fun for you, but not for me. Oh, that sounded crunchy. Okay, so let's see what we can do with the camera here. I have to stand up, gonna take the camera off of the thingamajig. That's a technical term, us using the business here. Alright, so you may not be able to hear me too well when I have my back turned, so I'm gonna try and pronunciate. But here we have that questionable rusty SE30 board plugged in to an SE30 chassis with, I believe it is 4 megabytes of 80 nanosecond memory and our big mess of wires ROM sim in it. So hopefully, this, I don't know. I'm going to stand up for this just in the event I do have to flick the power button pretty quickly off. I will try to do that. But maybe I'm going to do just for funsies, because if this is successful, this will make it into one of those YubTub videos I've heard so much about. I'm going to strap in my camera to this little tripod thingy. And we'll just set this up over here. So in the event it does go kablamo or something like that, I mean, hopefully it doesn't. Or in the event it works, that would be cool. And let me just move some of this stuff out of the way. Alrighty. So I'm going to press record on my camera here. Alright. 3, 2, 1. Well, no chime. We got a CMAC. How about that? There is some life of this thing. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Well, let's adjust this ROM sim. Try it again. Still no chime. Still a CMAC, which is to be expected. I mean, this thing did have a lot of rust on it, but honestly, I'm surprised it's doing that much. Oh, Bruce. Oh, so take that off of here. Take a look. So we did, yes, the speaker is connected. I was using an external speaker connected. So yeah, we had some life out of it, which is not bad really, considering all this terrible rust has done to this board. So, yay. Oh, the camera's still over there. You can't see a thing I'm doing. Move the camera back here. Hi. So it's not surprising that this thing isn't 100% yet, because, yeah. Yes, it's a test generator for the SEMA CMAC. That's an excellent point, Adam. What I will do is on another stream, I will go ahead and remove all the caps and continue with that. But I did promise my friend Ryan here, aka Mr. Macintosh, who may show up in the chat any moment, that I'd be looking at their computer today. And their computer is a machine I've never worked on before. 3 minutes till I can leave work. Yay, Dana. We'll wait till you get home, Dana. Then we'll play with the SC30 some more. Probably a broken trace to the ROM socket. Either that, or I've had interesting issues with the SEMA CMAC when the video ROM isn't seated properly, and this has crap all over it. So who knows about that? Yeah, and I'm gonna do one more test with just the ROM, pushed in a little bit. Just one more test. We have it all here. Why the heck not? I'm just gonna put some pressure on the ROM as I turn it on. Same exact thing. That's okay. It's worth a shot. Anyway. Yes, I had RAM issues on the last SE30 I worked on, Colin, that I thought the memory was the right speed. Joke's on me, it wasn't. But this is 80 nanosecond speed, which should be fine. I did have, hold on, let me just see here. Of course, my table is full of 30-pin RAM, and it's like, geez, Steven, you should probably label them with some type of marker or labeling device, because I got a lot of memory. Hey, Sean, how's it going? Let's see if any of this is actually labeled. Macintosh, oh, here, that should, yeah, anything for the Mac 2 CI should work, right? And I have 4 1 meg matching modules. We'll do that as the last thing, then I swear we'll move on, because that's what I want to do. And of course these memory slots could be crap too. And of course there's the whole battery exploded thing. I'm just assuming I fixed all the traces, but that could be wildly inaccurate. And I'm pretty sure these modules worked on a different SC30, but you never know. All right, let's try this one more time. 3, 2, 1. Nope, same thing. That's alright, it was worth a shot. Whoopsie. No worries, Bruce, take care. And Dana, we will see you soon. Oh, I forgot. I was going to show off some neat things I got. And I knocked them all over. And the rest of them over, too. These are from my good friend. Where'd the other one go? Poopy. Here. Ah, poop. I just keep dropping everything, don't I? These 2 pieces of software are from my good friend Tara, who dropped them off. Thank you, Tara. If Monks Had Macs and Planetary Taxi. These are early Macintosh programs made by the Voyager company. And they both work on System 6, I believe. Or System 7, one of them. But they are pretty cool. You open it like that. And you got a CD-ROM here. Yeah. Voyager is the company that later went on to become Criterion, the same of the Criterion collection. And my friend Tara found these at a thrift store, just a Goodwill, which I never find stuff like this at a Goodwill. So thank you very much, Tara, a good friend of mine and a friend of the channel. She saw these and said, hey, this looks like Mac stuff. I'll just get it for Steve. And so thank you. I'll be putting those somewhere here so I don't lose them. So that's exciting. And then I saw this on eBay. CD-ROMs are from the future. Well, the SC30 could do a bunch of stuff. I'll just leave it at that. Now this thing... Oh, I left the cable upstairs. But this thing is a very interesting video card. Now this is a... How do I describe this? Well, it's an Avid Technology card. And this card only works if you have the Apple video card for the Performa and the LC series. Because this cable plugs directly into that. So you have to have a very specific PCI Performa or LC with that could take that video comm card or whatever it is. And then there's a ribbon cable, not a SCSI cable, it's more pins than that, that connect from this to that other card. And this has video out, whereas Apple's card had video in. So this would let you like export things to tape or stuff like that, which is pretty neat. So yeah, this is a Avid Technology Incorporated card, made in 1996, and yeah, it has an Avid chip on there and all this stuff. So I will be playing around with this at some point. I never even knew these existed. I was just on eBay and somebody happened to have one, and I'm like, oh, I want that. And then they also had the regular Apple video card, which had the proprietary cable for this card still in it. And I said, hey, that cable goes with this card. Can you please include that cable? And they did. It's just in the box upstairs that I left it in. This isn't a video speaker card, I don't believe, but it is of the similar idea that you get video output from this. But it has to go, at least I believe, it has to go hand in hand with the other card. I still have to look up some documentation for that. Some cool things that Drake has sent me here. Gotta show off some things here. And I will not be assembling these on the channel right now, but I'm sure Ron and Tom and Eric and Drake and all those fun people who are proud members of the Satanic Mac Club will be joining me in assembling some of these. Now, it may sound scary, but they're freaking hilarious. Look at this. Look at that sticker. So he has sent me some very, very quick 512K video memory modules. Now I have to solder the chips on and everything, but very cool. So we will probably be doing a solder party at some point, but that is going to be a lot of fun. And I'm looking forward to trying those out on my machine. Let me put that back over here. And last two things I just want to show off before we go on to the 9150 are some weird computer mice that I purchased over the past few months. So this is a Beetle mouse. Look at that. A cute companion for the computer world. Literally, a mouse that looks like a ladybug or a ladybird. Yeah, see, Sean has the shirt. And I will say, I'm very envious of your shirt, Sean. But I have a special one coming. Yeah? You'll see. You'll see soon enough. But look at this. Look at this beetle mouse. The Beetle. This is freaking just weird. I mean, this apparently was around 1992 because they have some reviews of it from 90 and 92. This is a Macintosh version, but they did come out with other versions. Apparently a IBM serial version, a IBM PS2 version, and a Macintosh version, and then a Amiga version. So this poor thing was well, used a lot. And no, I'm going to be covering this. But look at that, they have a yellow one on the side. So this clearly says it's the ADB one. This has a middle click, which I don't know what it does, but we're going to figure that out. And then there's this, the computer mouse. Doesn't get any more simple than that. There's a computer mouse by Interex. Now, Interex is a company I'm a little bit familiar with. They made add-ons and peripherals for machines, And we had an Interex keyboard for one of our computers growing up, and it was the worst pile of crap keyboard ever. Cheap, plasticky, the keys just fell right off. My goodness, it was terrible. So this was sealed in the box. I think it was like $10 or $15 or something like that. Precision tracking, 2 buttons. So one is a click, drag, and lock. And yeah, and the other button is a regular button, I guess. But yeah, these are just weird ADB mice, and it's sealed in the box. So I thought, why the hell not? 1 year limited warranty. that's gone. But Mac100A is the model number of this thing. Yeah, that's all it says on the box. But it's for, I love how it says Apple and Mac compatible. Okay, so there you go. So anyway, those are the weird mice and the thingamajigs I got. Now it's on to the main event here. So let me just get up all my windows here. And my friend Ryan is at an event right now. Whoops. I should move my phone back over here so he's not going to the warranties and dog ears. So he's not able to attend right now. But I did talk to him just briefly just to confirm what was going on with this machine. Now, I've never played with one of these machines before. So it's going to be a bit of a learning curve. But look at the power supply for this thing. This is my head, and this is the power supply. That's a big power supply. It's quite big. Anybody who has a Quadra 900 or 950 or 9100, 9150, all those types of things, this is the power supply for them. I don't have one, so he had to send me the power supply because, yeah, look at that. I have a video on Macintosh mice. It's like the 3rd video I ever posted ever on my channel, so there you go. This has some rust on the metal plate here, which is to be expected because I think there's some corrosion on the board. But we will need to use this honkin' power supply here. This little, we need the little Action Retro thonk thing. It's like big thonk, like that's this. So yeah, it's gonna stay here for a second. But the logic board is quite big too, and that's in this box. We're gonna put the power supply over here, and we're gonna have to take this this thing out of here. This is a big boy too. We have the power button, which we'll get to in a second. We have the lovely packaging that was carefully cradling this board. Now, this is a 9150 workgroup server motherboard, or a logic board, rather. This thing is huge. I think it may fit in my ultrasonic cleaner on one side, but there's quite a lot of rusting crap on here. So that's what we're going to be looking at today. Let me put this down here. And this is how you turn it on. I mean, I guess I could have, shorted it, but it's a key. It's like an ignition. You have to turn the computer on. Yeah, I'm going to need a wide-angle lens. The little loop of wire above Steve's head. Oh, yes, that's what the hell is that? Oh, that's an Ethernet transceiver with a very long cable. That's there. Do you have a case for those? No, I don't have any of these computers at all. This was sent to me to repair, and obviously you're not going to send the whole case with it because that's going to be a bit silly. But this works. However, it likes to freeze and do all sorts of nasty things. So we're going to take a look at the board. I've only seen some of these computers of this form factor at conventions like VCF. I do not own one. It will lock the keyboard. That's very cool, Bruce. That's good to know. Oh my goodness. So I'm going to actually just place this like this. And we're going to have to, let's give you an idea of how big this board is. That's that board here. And let's get, this is a SE30 by comparison. So it is almost 3 SE30 boards in volume here. But this is a lovely machine by the looks of it. This is a workgroup server 9150. I am seeing a lot of spots of crud on here, and this doesn't look this doesn't look good either. I'm going to take some photos. This is the first time I've had this on my desk here. Yeah, that looks nasty near the CUDA chip, is always good, of course. But at first glance, I'm not seeing too many issues with the capacitors. There's a lot of rust here. So this machine had some time in an environment that attracted some rust. And this is interesting. There's some light corrosion by the battery terminal, but other than that, it seems okay. And yeah, let's take a look at the microscope here. I just want to show you some of these things up close. The first thing that I noticed was this. Let's see if we can get that right there. Look at that's not good, huh? Yeah, that's probably not good. That would explain why maybe the machine was freezing from time to time. And I am not turning it on with the condition of this right here, because that's probably not good. You know, you don't want that to happen. You don't want that to happen. No, those are, I believe, ROM and cache cards. There is one PDS card slot, one ROM slot, one cache slot. Ooh, what the heck is going on here? What is this? Is that a one of those voltage regulator thingamo? What's it? A VRS? Well, whatever it is, it VRS'd itself all over the board and made a nice singy bit. Look at that. Ooh, yeah, we're not turning this on anytime soon. Bruce, have you ever looked at this before, one of these things? Because I'm out of my element here, to be honest. My goodness. That's quite toasty. Sorry, I'm trying to get this in focus. That is quite toasty there. Well. Yeah. Cool. So that's a thing. It is a bit charred. It has a bit of it's gotten so hot that it's bubbled up the UV solder mask here, and it looks like some of these pins that were supposed to be connected are not, unless this is just thermal paste and that's just the way this looks. Then maybe it's not connected anywhere. Yeah, I think that's what this is. I think that's just thermally pasted there. Ouch. Ouch. Huh. Okay. I mean, there's a lot of dust here. This thing doesn't look too hot either. Let's have a look around, see if we spot anything else. I mean, there's some rust, I think, on the side of this tantalum. So 22 microfarad, 16 volt. I'll have to order some of those. A lot of 4716s. Has some flux or crud there. Not sure what. These look a little worse for wear by the SCSI port here. This is going to be a job, I can tell you. My goodness. Yeah, look at this guy. That looks like it has leaked. Of course, it's right next to the plastic, too. Oh, that's going to be fun. 4.7 microfarad, 25 volt. Thankfully, I do have some of those, I believe. Yeah, that's a bummer. Let's take a look at the bottom of the board. I'm just curious if there's anything that's jumping out here. That's just as densely packed as the top. I do see one resistor which has a lot of crud on it, R369. But everything else appears okay at first glance. So that's good. Oh boy. And yeah, here's where Ryan was a little concerned about also. Some of the memory had what he thought was some corrosion. It looks like just dust here. So if I get Q-tip here. This board is so big it's hard to fit on the desk. My apologies. that should just come right off, yeah. I mean, there might be some crud under that. It's hard to tell from right here, but at least that seemingly just appears to be dust right now, but we will find out. Yeah, I'm more concerned about this VR5 chip. Let's do some high-tech research and try and find out if they still make these thingamajigs, or if I could source another one from somewhere. Sorry, my microscope is being a little bit finicky right now. Here we go. So it's right next to a tantalum cap. So this is a 9150-120 workgroup server. So this machine actually came out, I believe, in 1995. Okay, this was speed bumped to 120 megahertz in April 1995. So it's a PowerPC 601 logic board. So the original model was 80 megahertz in April of 94. And then in April of 95, it got speed bumped to 120 megahertz. So it looks like a voltage regulator. That's what my guess would be. Yeah, I found some voltage regulators just by searching for that little thingamajig. And of course the part is obsolete, but somebody smarter than I am can probably find a replacement there. We did turn on the SE30. There wasn't much going on there. It gave a CMAC error, which is garbage on the screen. But yeah, I'm kind of thinking we might go back to the SE30 only because this part is so charred here that I don't want to mess with this board as far as power-wise without replacing that part, or at least having that part on hand, so when I test it and something goes wrong, I can replace that. What we can do, I suppose, is work on this little chip here. Let's move this board. And this board is so big. How big is it? Sorry for the squeak. At least we could take this chip off and clean it, maybe. Maybe we could do that at least, so we could start something on here. But yeah, this poor machine has seen some stuff. That's okay. We're going to try our best to fix it up. Might take us a few weeks or whatever, but at least we know what we're up against now. So I'm going to put some flux here so we could try and remove this from the board without doing too much stress to anything else here. Let me just get some of this tape here. Well, the SE30 turned on. It didn't boot. It's having issues. CMAC is a problem where you get zebra stripes on the screen and it doesn't do anything else. So to say it works is a stretch, but I mean it's not completely dead. So there, I got that going for me. All right. Well, just to ensure those little thingamajigs don't fall off as we're blasting heat at this thing. Hey, it's B6. That's what I'm going to call you. You're like a Star Wars droid. Sorry. Easier that way. And there the chip goes, flying away. Whee! Well, at least it seems like all the pads are still there. And that chip might clean up. So we will try. I'm going to put that over here so I don't lose it. We do have some little rust bits and stuff on the logic board itself, but The worst part is a few of the caps, this chip here, and that voltage regulator from the looks of it. And that would explain why the machine was working, but it was becoming unstable and it was bombing because it would probably run out of... it would be probably running at like a improper voltage, or maybe it wasn't getting enough power and the system was just not getting enough power to memory and weird things were happening. That's just a guess, but... Yeah, so just looking at that here. Oh yeah, there's some crud there. Probably connecting pins that weren't supposed to be connected. All this fun stuff. I mean, that's what happens with old computers. Fun stuff happens. Look like, let's take this tape off of here, along with our little makeshift heat shield. Hey Justin, how's it going, man? Oh, I did find, Justin, I'm so sorry, I've been so, like, slow on things. I did find that donor LC board, so if you still need that memory chip, I'm going to look at the picture that you sent me in an email tomorrow, and I'll see if it's the right one, but maybe you might be in luck. I might have a replaced memory chip from a board. Now, it's from a donor board, so I'm hoping the memory chip works, but obviously I don't know just yet, but... Just a heads up on that, Justin. I meant to email you, but now you're here, I can just tell you. Oh, there's some crud on this one, too. Okay, well, that's the CUDA chip. That's fairly important. And this is a U-57. You sunk my battleship. So whatever this is, it was full of rust and crud. So that's not fun. But what we will be doing is just cleaning that up a little bit. You still need it. Excellent. Well, I will be sure to have that come your way, because the logic board in question no longer has a processor on it, so I don't think it's going to miss the memory chip. Oh my gosh. All right, so this guy, this little part here, so tiny. The wee baby chip. An Apple 1992 copyrighted chip. And I bet you if Kai Robinson was here, he'd say, oh, that's just, you know, an Apple-branded whatchamadinger chip. That's, you know, what happened? That's, you know, a standard thing. They just put their logo on it because Apple is Apple. But this has 4 pins on each side. And the numbers are copyright 1992, 120509. Whatever that is. We're going to clean this up a little bit because it does look... Whoops, dropped my tweezers. It does look a bit... problematic, let's say. And you have to be very careful because I could easily snap off this leg if we're not careful. And I don't want to do that. Just curious how this got all rusted. I mean, I guess like moisture or something. That could have done it. Dare I say the legs look quite strong on this. Strong wood, see? Strong wood, Dr. Jones. Alright, so let's clean this up a little bit with the toothbrush here. Where did I put it? Where did I put the toothbrush? Where did it go? It was, this board is so large on my desk, it's like a table. I'm battling 0 for 0 sourcing the VRM. Oh, that's lovely. That's lovely. Well, I'm going to put this here. I'm pretty sure I'm going to have to post this on Tinker Different and have people much smarter than I am try and find replacements or equivalents. Because, yeah. So I'm just getting a toothbrush here with some isopropyl alcohol. And we're just giving a pretty good scrub on this little chip to clean it up. And we do the same for the back, which looks a little bit worse than the front. Yeah, look at that. Convert the board to a table. I don't think Ryan would appreciate that. Ugh. Poor little guy. See, even without a battery in it, this board, something happened to it. Something awful happened here. You know, sometimes somebody sends you a board, not in this case, but sometimes somebody sends you a board, and you just look at it and go, what the heck happened here? You know? I mean, this kind of, but, you know. The hair stuck on our scalpel. Alright, so I'm going to try and clean this up for a little bit here. And this is where the microscope comes in very handy, because I would not be able to see this stuff without the microscope. So I'm just cleaning all the crud between these legs, all the little hairs, pieces of gunk and rust and whatever the heck. Just trying to clean those up. Now this looks much better. And I would be happy to put this back on the board. Now it's not going to solve our problem, but that's one thing down. No, Sean's has the cursed boards. That's his board specialty. His is the cursed ones. Everyone's boards are different and special. Sean's are the cursed ones. I haven't seen Sean's boards in a while because he's becoming quite good at soldering things and fixing analog boards and all sorts of good stuff, and that is awesome. I love when people get into this for themselves and try and fix these up, because, you know, all these machines, these old Macs, you know, when you get one, you start collecting one and then another and then another, and it's like, you know what? If you're going to get one, you're probably going to get more, and so it always helps to just learn about them, and then you could service your own machines. Huh? Okay, I'm going to take a screenshot of that, Joe. In fact, I'm going to email that to myself. There we go. Let me just do that 1 second. That way I do not forget. Oh, where the heck is the Finder? There it is. I took a screenshot. It went to the desktop. Don't know where that went. Blah, 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 blah. There we go. And we're going to send that to myself. It's so true to start with one old Mac and you're hooked up and just keep wanting more. Yes, they're addictive. You just can't have one. Hey, Rudy, how's it going? Okay, so we're going to clean up these solder pads a little bit. I think they should clean up okay. And we're going to put this chip back on. Again, it's not really going to help our computer situation of working here. I mean, for all we know, that may improve some things because that didn't look too hot. But the problem here being that this machine has a voltage regulator that got very crispy and toasty. And so that's probably not a good thing to have on your Mac or any computer really. So we do need to order a replacement or source some sort of replacement that'll work with that, because we want to try and fix this thing. Got some crust there. Delicious. Let's see if we can just scrape that away with our scalpel. Let's get a little bit of zoom on here. just some crud on there. That's fine. We'll still make a connection there. Sometimes it's hard to see with the reflections and everything what's crud and what's just little specks of dirt and stuff. This via doesn't look too hot, but I can access that after this chip is soldered on. So if I need to do anything on there, I could. And I'm actually going to clean this up because there's little bits of solder and junk there that we don't want to leave there. So we want nice shiny pads to put this chip back on. And oh, we have another corroded little via there. And I don't know how many layers this board is, but ugh. Yeah, that don't look good, really. Well, at least it looks like half of it's corroded. Hopefully the other half's okay and it's still making a connection to wherever it's going. That might just be a test point. I have no clue. I don't know if there's a schematic for this board. Not sure. Hey! 50 Shades is here. How's it going? Yeah, that's a little bit concerning. In fact, let's do a continuity test with the multimeter I like to shout at. Sorry for the squeak. This is going to be fun because this board is so freaking big. Alright, so I believe that's there. Let's see. Oh, and it's corroded on the other side too. Alright, let's clean this up first. I could at least see where that was going, I think, because it's corroded right here. So hopefully this will make a connection. Hello, Raw Elements, and anybody else who joined I did not say hello to yet. Hello, hello. I've been sort of heads down looking at this thing. Sorry for the weird angle. We're just trying to probe this quickly before my multimeter decides to shut off and make beepy noises. Really? Well, I don't think that's making a connection. I wish it would. It would save me a lot of trouble. But it doesn't seem to be, and who knows where that point is going through on the board, because it's not going through anything on the surface, so it must be going somewhere in between that little resistor. So that ain't good. Well, that sucks. Well, we need more parts. I do have a camera that goes above the bench, but it's on a weird switch thing, and it's sort of a pain right now. So, yeah, this is the other side of that trace. And it's all like corroded. Just get off that UV solder mask there. So all that crap, which was stuck on the top, it should be easier now. Now, if I test these 2 points from the top of that little resistor to that little via, it should give us a beep. All right, so now let's try again. Hopefully that we have a little beep here. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. So that, there's something that's not making a connection there, unfortunately. So that's bad. No, 8.1 will run on an SE30. 9 will not run unless you have some weird PowerPC upgrade for it. Which in that case, just buy yourself another computer. Okay, so I'm not going to put that chip back on because that via needs to be fixed. So I'm going to put some tape on this chip. If I can remember where I put my tape. There it is. No, that's the other tape. We're not going to, there it is. They are very long and tedious. I'm getting tired and I haven't been even live for like an hour. Just barely an hour. So I use this little Kapton tape, which is great for electrical components. Let's break off a piece here. I'm taking that chip, I'm sticking it on here, and I'm just putting it right in the middle of the board here. So I will not lose that. While we're poking around, let's see if there's anything else that looks horrible besides that voltage regulator. Some of these caps look questionable. I see another one of those voltage regulators. So there's 2 on this board. Looks to be the same exact part number, LT1085. And that one seems to be okay. But obviously we can't just steal one, because that wouldn't make much sense. I'm just looking at all the little bits here. And really the caps don't look like they've leaked at all. See some little, looks like mineral water residue and stuff like that, but that's nothing too terrible. Just going around with the little cotton swab here. Looks like this was cleaned at one point. That's sort of the residue you get from cleaning it with water or alcohol. Sometimes you get little white spots here, but that's not really my concern right now. My concern is that voltage regulator and that via under that chip, which is not going where it should. So, well, yes, it's certainly a rewarding experience when they work, but you're getting sort of an avant-garde view with the microscope. I'm sorry, but oh yeah, that yeah. All I did was touch that. And that solder mask is just pouring away here. Which you can't see because this board is so friggin' big. There, you can see this is all needs to be fixed here. Just look at that. It's just, this is all charred. So we can repaint this with UV solder mask and make it look all nice again, but we will have to fix the issue here of this voltage regulator. So yeah, this is oh. Yeah, that got hot in a big way. So this is some sort of thermal compound that helps attach this. Sometimes it's like a glue to sort of help as a heat sink here. But I mean, I wouldn't expect this to get that hot. So while this may be technically operating, because I know the machine does turn on, That's not something I'd be happy to let the machine just sit and use. And coupled with the fact that we have a dead via by this little chip here next to the CUDA chip, that's concerning. So, yeah. And there's just general dust and crud on the board that we have to clean. But thermo-cooler. Okay. Oh, so that's what this thing is. I was wondering why it plugged into here. That's a thermo-cooler. That's neat. Let me use the other camera here to give you a better view. Let's turn the light off. Well, a low light here. That's a thermo-cooler. So this thing is plugged in here, and it cools the machine. That's pretty rad. That's awesome. So just to follow up here on some of the things we were talking about, this is that voltage regulator, which is in pretty poor shape. Right there, right above the ROM label. So that will need to be replaced. And this chip here, there was a bad via right under it, and there was so much rust and crud right there. So right there next to the CUDA chip is where that chip went. And that via right on the bottom was supposed to go somewhere, now it doesn't. So what concerns me is that little bit there. You know, usually when you have something go through a board, either it's for a test point or whatever, but that little dot there went to a little resistor on the other side. There's no continuity. And yeah, I could run a wire from there to there, but is that going to touch what it needs to touch in the middle of the board? Probably not. Now, I have no doubt that this machine will work if I turn it on, because that's what Ryan said. He said it still worked, but it was problematic. But I'm not going to turn it on right now based on what we know. I would like to have a new voltage regulator on hand. When I do that testing, I could do some temperature tests and all that stuff. Yeah. Hey, look, we have a debug area here. That's pretty neat. What does the text say? Check, stop, soft reset. Okay. There's the reset and interrupt switches here. I mean, this board is just massive. This is absolutely massive. It is just almost bigger than the piece of wood I have on the table. But my goodness. My goodness. But we have 4 NUBA slots, so who could ask for anything more, huh? Oh boy. Okay. Well, yeah. Yeah, I'm sort of at a loss of how to continue here, because I will need to find the proper voltage regulator and see if anybody else has any experience with these machines. If somebody who has a 9150 or a similar machine can remove that chip and test the continuity of that pin under that chip, that would give me some understanding of what that's supposed to go to. But unfortunately, without that, I'm sort of at a crossroads here. Yeah. Ah, poopy. Well, that's that. And I can't stop the stream now because I've only been going for an hour or so. Although if I did, Jay would be so upset because he begged for a stream and he's not here. It'd be hilarious. I didn't know they made anti-static bags as big, but it fits this board like a glove. Okay, so I have to put this back in the box here, so I do not lose any of the pieces. this box is a perfect size for it too. Have to put the key there and the ROM and RAM in here too. Oh, thank you very much, Rudy's Retro Intel. Put this down. Thank you for the super chat, Eep. Thank you, appreciate it. And check out Rudy's Retro Intel on YouTube. You should subscribe. Oh, I forgot. This is another thing I bought off eBay not too long ago because I'm an idiot and I thought this was hilarious because someone had one of these on a Twitter picture and I wanted it. It's a wrist rest from like 1995. I like that it's under the Disney Interactive brand because, yeah, this is a computer accessory. But it's sealed in the package that you would put this down like by a keyboard and your wrists would rest on here. It's so perfectly retro to the period of machines I collect. So that is going to be in a video, I'm sure, just at least at a desk setup. So that's cool. I love it. Was the iMac G3 good? What are you talking about? Like the one I have? Did I test it? Which one? I have like 20 of them. What do you mean as a good computer? Because yes, they were good computers. Pixar used Macs to make that movie. They used a lot of different machines. I don't think Macs were used on the 3D modeling side of it, but they certainly used them for audio and such. Sorry, I'm thirsty. Yeah, the 6100s will work with 9, I think. But they get picky. Look at my comment above. I'm sorry, the comments go by so quickly, dudes. It's hard to check. I apologize. Let's scroll back up. 2003 iMac G3 Blueberry 600 megahertz for $400. That's not a good deal. I mean, yes, the 600 and 700 megahertz iMac G3s are desirable, but not $400 desirable. They have issues with their analog boards and their flyback transformers. So unless like it has a brand new analog board and a brand new flyback transformer, I wouldn't sink that much money into it. You could usually have those machines for under $100 if you find them locally. Now, it might not be the exact spec you want, but these things are like ticking time bombs, unfortunately. I do have a dedicated monitor for the chat box, but it's zoomed in so my blind ass can see it. All right, where's that SE30 board? Let's take another look at that, because why the heck not? It's brand new in the box. Well, then the battery may have exploded. There is a PRAM battery on that, and it may have exploded. You don't want to be the first one opening that up to take that chance. I certainly wouldn't. Certainly would not. Let's take a look at this SE30 again. Put that monitor into portrait mode. Oh, you actually bought it. I'm sorry. I thought you were asking for my professional opinion of like the pricing or whatever. Look, if you want to spend that much money on an iMac, more power to you. If it's exactly what you want, then who am I to tell you what, you should be spending your money on? Congrats. Enjoy your purchase. All I was saying was, unless it's something that you really want, you might be able to hold out for, on the hunt for a few months or years and find a similar one. But to each their own. I'm happy you are satisfied with your purchase. And I'm very glad that the battery did not leak, because that could be a pain in the butt. And I am envious that you have a nice, fast 600 megahertz iMac, because I think the fastest one I have is 500. I might have a 600, I forget. But, all right, so we're taking the memory out of here. 1-Bit Fever Dreams, I have to mail you that sticker. I'm sorry, I keep forgetting. Super rare. Alright, so this is going to be interesting. Because this SE30 is not looking hot at all, and we're going to poke the bear. Yeah, I mean, these chips look toasted, but who knows? And since I have new chips on the way, I guess I can start poking at them, and we'll see what happens. Where did my scalpel go? That's... Oopsie. Did that fall down? Let's hope it didn't. Did not seem to. But... make sure I didn't roll over it. No. Oh, here it is. It's right next to me. I didn't get a sticker. You didn't get a sticker? I'll have to like send like a bunch to someone in Canada like Trina so they could distribute it, because sending stuff to Canada individually is like silly expensive sometimes. Although a sticker via a letter should be okay. Normally for stickers and stuff, it's just like one of these things. Oh yeah, that's interesting. That I would, you know, just reach out on Patreon and say, hey, if you want a sticker, let me know, and I'd send it off. I'm just terrible at mailing things out. I just like get so sidetracked. Oh, these look fun. Oh, you can't see the microscope because I'm an idiot. Is my magnet along your gallery of swag? It is, oh, wait. Oh, it's on the refrigerator behind me. It's, all right. You see, here's my scalpel. You see, where's that dot right there? It's right there. I have to bring it over here, but it will be here soon. Oh, boy. I mean, the solder looks dull, but it looks like it's actually connected. For what it's worth. I have so many Joe's Computer Museum stickers. So many. You could thank Javier for that. Now, thankfully, these chips are pretty generic, so I did order a bunch of them. So if I have to replace them, I can. This one's not looking too hot there. But what are you gonna do? Yeah, so right now for like stickers and stuff, I do have a Patreon post about that. Or maybe it was in a Patreon live stream when I mentioned it. I'm bad at remembering. Remembering things is hard. And I don't have that many. I will be at VCF Midwest, hopefully. God willing, I'll be there. And so I'll give out some stickers and such there. Your swag board isn't big enough. If it makes you feel better, I've started putting stickers and magnets on a shelf, and I'm running out of space there too. So I'll have to figure that out. A lot of these are crusty, but I mean, they seem to be making a connection at least of some kind. That via could be busted. Who knows? And these look terrible, but they all seem to be connected. Thankfully. Now here, it seems to be getting a little bit better. We're further away from the battery explosion. Although, these don't inspire me with confidence. And we got our standard row of suspects here. I think the UE8 could be replaced. Look at the rust. Oh god. And this cap is surely gone too. Yeah, let's replace this capacitor. How about that? How do you check the vias? That's an excellent question. Basically, what I'm going to do is just use the multimeter in continuity mode and see if it makes a connection to the other side. If it does, I can assume at least to the point where it's supposed to go to the other side that it's working. If not, I'll have to get out the schematic and see if I can figure out what other points it's supposed to connect to. What iPhone do you have? I have an iPhone 13 Pro. Not the Pro Max. That's way too big. I have the regular Pro. And I upgraded from an iPhone 8 a few years ago, and I'm very much enjoying the Pro. Thank goodness that's still making continuity. Fantastic. You've had a Raspberry Pi under a sticker. Are flyback transformers hard to find? Generally speaking, yes, because anybody who's wanted one has probably bought them already, so it's going to be harder and harder to find them. Especially because a lot of the circuitry and the flyback transformers and stuff was shared among multiple machines and monitors, and those who are really into CRTs probably scooped up all the desirable parts. But alright, we're going to get this capacitor off of here. My PC just went to crap, but I'll try to make it. Oh, sorry. I missed the thing. The chat goes by fast. I apologize. Yeah, the multimeter shut off and I didn't yell at it. I know. It's a miracle. So, might as well replace all the caps on here. Because these aren't doing anybody any favor. So that's what we're going to do. Yes, I love CRTs. I do not want to ever have to repair them. Oh, don't worry. The night is young. I'll yell at the multimeter later, I'm sure. So this is so crusty that I'm poking the solder here to try and get the solder to actually melt, because otherwise sometimes that crust and crud will prevent it from actually getting good contact with the heat. So that's why I'm sort of rubbing with my tweezers to sort of move some of the crud there. Got a solder ball here. Yoink. Get out of there, you solder ball! There we go. What is that noise? Might be the air conditioning. Yes, it is the air conditioning. I was like, what is that noise? This is a Macintosh SE30 that was full of rust. Shutterbush. We got some Shutterbush here. Shutterbush, get your Shutterbush. Get your Shutterbush here. Shutterbush here. Lovely. multimeter is a pain in the butt. I wish I had a Kaiweets K2, whatever the heck, like Bruce does. What a quality product that sounds like. Just making sure nothing is touching between these pins, which are all questionable looking. We have a little bit of a solder ball hanging out there. Come here. Come on, you solder ball, you get out of there. What do you think you're doing? There we go. Get rid of that. Bruce is back. So, the voltage regulator on the Quadra looks suspect, and then under a chip there was a rotted trace. So, until I get schematics and more information about that machine, we are going back to the crusty, rusty SE30. And we're going to just take all the caps off, because why the heck not? So that's what we've been doing now. Your vote, Quimby. That's one capacitor off. Yeah, that's my concern, Bruce. So I'm hoping somebody I could find has one and is able to take that chip off or just confirm where that trace goes. Because everything else looks okay, but... Look at all the solder balls flying under this thing. My goodness. Gonna be a lot of solder balls on this thing, I could tell you that. Well, that cap was craptastic. Are you still sending all your dead batteries to Ron? No, no. Ron stopped paying the postage, and he filed a restraining order. So, I'll have to be more creative in the future. Yow, that's hot. I touched the bottom of the board. The bottom of the board got hot. Youch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Now comes the fun part. And by fun, I mean annoying. Now this is my first personal, well, let me start that over again. This is one of the few personal SE30s that I've worked on. Because usually I'm doing this for clients, not myself. This one's mine. Which is typical because it doesn't work. Like I fix everyone else's SE30s, but not mine. Just seems the way it is. Same with hard drives too. I seem to be able to recover a lot of data for other people, but not myself. Remember to back up your stuff, folks. Alright, the rust plane. Sorry I'm not reading the chat much, I'm just trying to get these caps off of here. I just blew hot air right on the thingy. Whoopsie. Whee! Hot. Metal is hot. Oh, we have one more cap on there, but I'll get to that in a second. Fire bad! One more to go. Jay is finally here. Over an hour and a half of bugging me to stream, and he didn't show up at the beginning. For shame. Now it's a party. Jay was busy on the toilet. That's my official headcanon. Alright, so all the capacitors have been removed on this lovely SE30. No, you'll just have to rewatch it, Jay. Sorry. Should have been here. Looks delicious. So this SE30 did show some signs of something. It did the CMAC, which Jay is so familiar with. And that's enough for me to say, you know what? Maybe I'll do a bit more than that. We did play around with the 9150 a little bit, but we realized the voltage regulator on that was hosed. And there was also a little via that wasn't going to where it should. So I'm going to have to look up a lot more about that machine and hopefully find somebody who is like-minded to poke around on theirs and help me out. Well, looks like Is that a trace break? I might just play one on TV, but we'll find out. Of course, this is the worst possible spot for me to try and get the scalpel on. Nah, that looks like it's making a connection. Ooh, look at all that goo. And more goo. And a solder ball. And this glue adhesive goo. And more solder balls. Oh, I see a solder ball right under there. Well, I don't know if I can reach it though. I can barely see it. There we go. Look at that. Look at that big boy. Look at that guy. He's hiding in there. Yes, 128 is the max size for an SE30. 128 megabytes of memory, which is an obscene amount of memory. Got another one out of there. Alrighty. I wonder if that's a break there. That looks like a break to me. But we have to test our assumptions. Confirm them. Well, that's a break. That's a break. That's a big old fat break. And you can't see it. There it is. That's a break. So when we put a new cap pal in there, we're gonna fix it. And we'll do that now, I guess. I wasn't planning on recapping this SE30 today. But you know what they say about plans and such like that. The soft drink balls. I didn't know they still made that. My goodness, people were drinking that in high school. Oh, look at that. Just cover the whole thing in solder anyway. I don't care. It's my board. I can do whatever I'd like to it. Oh, stop. Think of the children. Here we go. Little solder ball hanging under there too. They're hiding everywhere. you don't fix it, I want my $10 back. Is that $10 Canadian or US? I'll have to do the exchange rate. It's really not worth my trouble. Just keep the $10, Rudy. Eep! Thank you very much for the super chat. I mean, technically, it does a thing. It's doing a lot more than it did before. Before, it wouldn't even turn on. So there you go. I mean, for all I know, the analog board is also hosed, but I really only care about the logic board at this point in time. So I'm going to put a little dab of UV solder mask on here. And I do have little brushes, which are upstairs. A lot of good they're doing me up there, huh? I'm just going to put a little dab there, and we're going to use our little lather. Dim the microscope light so it's easier for me to see where I'm pointing the laser. And this is going to cure it. I was never a soda person, so I could not tell you one way or the other. And the reason we're curing this and putting UV solder mask on and everything is because we exposed what was under the solder mask, under the green part, to copper. And we do not want the component that we're putting on top to accidentally come into contact with that. It probably won't because, you know, we're careful, but you never know. So just like to play it safe. Never hurts to play it safe. Then we can put a little capacitor over there, and it'll be happy. It'll be fine. But hey, we found a broken trace connected to a capacitor. Wouldn't it be funny if that was the problem? Well, we're going to slap caps on here. Shut up, multimeter. There you go. For anybody who wanted me to yell at the multimeter, I did it already. Who knows if that's, you know, there's probably more than one issue on this board, I would guess, but... Okay. That should hopefully have solidified. Yeah. So we're going to put a capacitor on there, because that's what we do here. We slap caps on things. First, I'm going to get close to here and just scrub, because it's easier to do that without the caps here. Alrighty. And now we're going to put a capacitor there. Now we have 4 spots for capacitors here. 3 of them are the same, 47 microfarad, 16 volt, and the other one is a 1 microfarad, 50 volt capacitor. So we just have to make sure we put them in the right spot. And actually putting the caps on is fairly straightforward. Oh, look at this. This cap right out of the package had a little bent foot. No, I just bent it back. Should be okay, hopefully, maybe. Even the capacitors are cursed on this project. Sean! That kid, he's screwed up me repairs here. That crazy kid Sean. I don't know what accent that was. I'm sorry. Falcor, thank you so much for the super chat. Yep, thank you for that. That is very much appreciated. This joining of solder to component is just for you. Assuming that I could actually do this correctly. And I should actually focus this a little bit better. Orbits, was that the one with the little dots in the thing? That was a weird one. There's some crud on the end of my iron. It was... Oh, there's like fuzz on the end of the solder. It was not burning. There we go. Good as new. Tasted like horse pee. I remember people, like friends of mine, drinking that stuff, but I never had it. The way you're describing the taste, I'm glad I didn't. There's like fuzz or something on the solder, and it's just not coming onto my tip easily. I guess that'll have to do. I am coming at this from a weird angle. That's partially my fault. That's where we had a little bit of a break in the solder. I'm going to come back to that in a second. Or was it this one? Well, we'll find out. Sorry, I'm missing some of the chat here. Alright, so let's turn on the multimeter that I like to yell at. Alright, this is the one where it's screwed up. Okay, so I need to get that capacitor first. That is a 50 microfarad, I'm sorry, 50 volt 1 microfarad capacitor. And that's not it. That's a different one. Let's see if I have it over here. Is it fixed yet? Does it look like it's fixed? That's what I would say. Ask a smart-ass question, get a smart-ass answer. Oh, I misplaced the rest of these. That's not good. I kind of need those. Where did I put those? Oh boy, here. Ready? No, I won't throw the multimeter because then I have to find the other one, and I don't know where that one is. Yes, please hit the like button. That's a nice thing to do. Here we go. I actually ordered more of these because I thought I didn't have as many, and I have plenty. Oh well. You could always use plenty more capacitors. Okay. So we got our wee little capacitor here. And we're going to have to run a trace for this, but should be a fairly small one. So let's do that. And then I do have a little piece of wire here somewhere I kept it on the desk. I wasn't going to throw it out, and it probably fell off the desk anyway. Oh, here it is. Just doing this off camera for a second. I'm just melting a little bit of this wire here so I could do this. Would help if I had my tweezers. Right, and then I'm going to use the tweezers that aren't crooked. And we're just making the tiniest little repair. So hopefully that will give it continuity. Yep, that works. Alright, so that should be making a connection now. Sorry that it's blurry. I can't seem to get this thing to focus today. Yeah, capacitors are fun. They're also hard to find in some values and some sizes. So it's always challenging when you go to repair something. You're like, oh, I don't have the right thing, or oh geez, now I need to order more, etc., 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 etc. I can't speak. You know what I mean. The thing. We're doing the thing. Alright, so this, we have to clean off these pads, because these look nasty, and there's some solder balls there. So, let's do that. Collect some of the solder balls as we go along here if we can. And I'm going to just use a bit of flux here. And I'm going to go by with a big blob of solder on the end of my iron here to help get some of the crud off here. And this solder wick is kind of filled up, so we're just going to clip off the end of that. Alright, now let's get all that crud off of here. Now there's no guarantee this is going to work, but we're going to try. Oh look, we have a broken trace there. What seems to be one. We'll take a look at that soon. The rest of these appear to be okay. Eh. And let's see if this is still making a connection. My goodness, it looks like it is. What? Kind of looks like it is. Let's test it out before our multimeter decides to shut off. Yeah, it appears that way. Well, we'll touch that up just for the heck of it. Just being silly and poking around here. I should just be putting the caps on. Sorry, missing a lot of the chat. What's next after this fix? I expect a 12-hour stream. Well, I'm sorry you'll be sorely disappointed there, Retro Techie. How about this? I'll let you stream for 12 hours after I stream. I stream, you stream. You all stream for eye strain. I don't know. Yes, the multimeter is singing the songs of its people. Which is beep! Speaking of streams, Bruce hasn't streamed in like 10 days. I even checked on the YouTube. I'm like, did I miss one? But no, he's been a busy beaver. And I just put up my Patreon preview of my VCF East video, which is taking me way too long to get out, but life happened, so no sense in fighting it. But that will be released in the next few days. It's on Patreon now, though. A rough draft of it is. When life gives you lemons, you return those lemons to the store for more edible fruit. It's like, I don't have a receipt, it's a piece of fruit. Why would I keep a receipt to a piece of fruit? Okay, so we have what looks to be 3 more capacitors to put on the board here. We skipped that one, but we'll go back to that in a moment. We skipped the one near the UE8 chip. Well, this looks fun. Ugh. Why not find some sugar and water to mix the lemon juices with? I'm not a lemonade person. Really not. Not a fruit drink I enjoy. My wife likes it, but I'm not that crazy about it. Why can't I hold this straight? Neutralize the alkaline. That's a good use for it. Another little solder ball there. Yeah. Alright. Another one of those little capacitors. We need 3 more of these guys. 1, 2, 3. I should make a necklace out of the worst capacitors. No, I shouldn't. That would encourage me to hold on to more crap. But I can make a necklace out of them. Dear Stephen, we do not allow you to sell poisonous goods on Etsy. Your friends, Etsy. A few years ago, I didn't even know what a capacitor was. Now look at me. I still don't know what a capacitor is. But I'm using them a lot. And soldering them a lot. Alright, so let's do the one on the outskirts of town here. Which looks like we have some trace rot here. Let's take a closer look. This thing does not want to focus today. I'm sorry. Oh, a little piece of plastic got stuck in the fan. I'm like, what is that noise? Let's just adjust the camera. That'll make it all better. Okay. That doesn't look too fun. Oh, we got a big hole there. So those ain't good there. That's not good at all. Looks like I'll be using little pieces of wire that I saved from the last repair. Yeah, look at the chunks taken out of these. Look at that. Yum. Yeah, but sometimes it won't. But let's just see. It would help if I've had some flux here first off. You know, like a normal person. Yeah, there's still a bit of a gap there. I would prefer if I just use a bit of wire. That's what I'm going to do. See if I can do this quickly. Probably not. Wrong tweezers. Those suck. Hey, as you know, we're doing okay. We're putting some capacitors on SE30 that's all rusty. And will it make it work? Who knows? But we're trying. At least nobody could tell us that we're not trying. Dear Mac84, I don't think you tried hard enough. Dear so-and-so, I did. Go away. Yep, that's not going anywhere. This is going to be equally as fun. Because this is so close to the plastic here. That's close enough. Again, like I said in the beginning, these repairs are not meant to look pretty because who knows if this will even work. If it works, yeah, I could always go back and make it look a little nicer, but not going to sweat it right now. No worries, Retro Techie, take care. You will. I will catch up on your 12-hour stream later. Waiting for that it chimed moment. May take us a few years, judging on my previous track record. Double check this, it looks fine, but I don't even know how many people are watching the stream because that window is on this screen and it's hidden. 47 people. Hello, 47 people. We've been going 2 hours and 15 minutes. Hello. My goodness. Time to put this capacitor on. This is the second to last on the board. But I don't think that it'll let me get away that easy because SE30s are very notorious. I once had one on my bench for seemingly like over 20 hours. And only then was I able to fix it. Alright, so let's take a look. 49, alright, excellent. Let's take a look at the last capacitor here. Yeah, well, I knew it was battery bombed, so I had no hope for this thing, and I try not to get my hopes up, but you never know. Especially this area. Ugh. So let's take off this UE8 chip, because it's easier to do that when the capacitor is not there. Yeah, I used to fix a lot of SE30s too, and then everyone started sending me the hard ones. The ones that just don't need a recap, they need much more. Sorry, I don't know why I see it great and you guys don't. And to be honest, it doesn't look terrible under there. That chip sure looked terrible. And we have a replacement. We will replace it just for the heck of it. But I've seen worse. Well, VHS, I appreciate your confidence. We shall see. I have a feeling one of these pads or vias are going to be in bad shape. But you don't know until you know. Yeah, that doesn't look too great now, does it? Ugh, I have so many Power Mac, like 7000 series, I'm scared to recap them too. My goodness. No worries, Justin. Take care. And yes, I saw you and Trina are streaming tomorrow, which was I was like, ugh, I gotta stream today. We got some competition tomorrow. Those vias actually don't look terrible. Just trying to get some of the old crud and stuff off of these pads, but they all look okay, and the little paths and such between them look okay. So if you're not subscribed to Justin's channel, which is Justin D. Morgan, or Trina's Technobabble, consider doing that so you can watch their streams tomorrow evening. That trace looks like it's connecting. There's a solder ball here. Yeah, there's a lot of, like Bruce is saying, there's tons of those caps in the 7500, so I'm not really looking forward to having to do that. That solder ball out of the way. Before I move more of that away to potentially erode it, let's see if that's connected. Okay, it is. A lot of questionable spots around these chips. Doesn't surprise me, but I don't like seeing it. Just so much crud. Look at that. Layers and layers of crud. Oh, I was about to ask about the 2SI and how it's doing. Hopefully that chip does the trick. Alright. So I'm going to put a new chip on there. I have a new chip. These are still available today. These are part number SN74LS166ADR, or Mauser part number 595SN74LS166ADR. So we're going to just try putting a new one on, just for the heck of it. I have no clue if the other one is broken or not, but sometimes they just go. And it wouldn't surprise me, especially with the battery bomb board, if somebody turned it on and this was plugged into it, this chip may have went bye-bye. I wish there was like a little thing I could get to actually test these chips. That would be cool. Eight-bit shift register. Well, then maybe Joe knows how to test them. If it's actually like worth doing then. Because they're pretty dang affordable. It's not like you have to salvage them or anything. So I'm just tacking the chip down. We're just doing some drag solder action here. To get all of those legs down. You test it by shoving it into a chip tester. Joe, never lose your optimism, please. Just shove it in there. And Joe's screaming at his screen, "What? It'll work." I'm just going to give each of these legs a little poke. Make sure they don't wiggle. I'm going to clean that up a little bit. And now we're going to slap a capacitor here, and then we'll test it again. I'm doing poorly at lurking. But those things are funky. Ugh. Looks all yucky. Let's just make sure that we have some continuity where we should. Ugh. And yes, I could take the other U chips off, but I'm not going to do that this moment. Maybe later, but not right now. iPod Classic, very cool. Yeah, I guess some of you probably saw Colin of This Does Not Compute in his iPod collecting video, which I thought was excellent. Because Apple discontinued the iPod Touch, the last iPod it sold. End of an era indeed. And we were just getting to the point where iPods were cheap. Ish. Methinks they're going to be a little more expensive now. Just trying to bend this. I didn't want to break it or anything. Doesn't hurt to freshen those up either. Okay. So let's double check this thing, huh? Oh. Yes, Colin is an expert with that camera. Yeah, he is excellent work. He sets the bar high for all of us. Alright, so let's take a look here. Yeah, that's this is all crummy. And I have all replacement chips for those on the way. They'll be here tomorrow. You know, all it takes is one of these not to be connected to the right spot, and this machine will be unhappy. Now we have a missing diode. We also have a missing crystal. Those are coming tomorrow. We have a lot of crud on like every single chip. Just looking at the capacitors here. That's in the right orientation. So is that one, so is that one, so are those, so is that, so are those. Alright, I say we test it. Yes, the iPod Classic has a color display. I think I hear a thunderstorm coming. Ugh, squeaky squeak. My goodness, we've been going for 2.5 hours here. Well, I'll tell you what, if this doesn't work, maybe work on this for a little bit longer, but hey Jeff, how's it going? Yes, we'll fire this up again. So we do have those 4 modules over here. Move some of this stuff. Running out of space. Alright, so I'm going to put in these memory modules firmly. And these did work on another SE30. So they should work on this one. I can hear the rain hitting the window. Apparently we're supposed to get some pretty nasty storms. Let me check the radar on my phone, just curious. One of your SE30 ROMs went bad. That sucks. I have one that's bad too. Oh yeah, we are just like flirting with the storm system there that's right north of us. Alright, well, here we go. And we're going to test this. Let's bring the camera over here again. Nice shot of the ceiling you have there. Let me get my phone and such ready. Because you never know. This might be the one where it actually wants to work. I doubt it, but you never know. All right. Yeah, that's kind of, yeah, you can see it there. Thank you, Adam. I appreciate it. Okay. Alright, so we have everything plugged in here, including a speaker. So, cross your fingers. Will it work? 3, 2, 1. I heard the speaker pop that time. I heard the speaker pop. We're still getting a CMAC, but I heard the speaker pop. That's progress. And I'll hold the ROM sim against the slot just in case it's dirty. Same thing. But the speaker is popping now. Speaker poop. So, that's a thing. That's certainly a thing. And a speaker popper, yes. I'm just looking, I know I'm not on the camera, but I'm just looking at the machine just to see if anything else is going on. Now, I don't have those diodes or the crystal, but I think that's only for the clock, from what I've been reading. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take the toothbrush while we're off camera here, just because it's easier for me to do. And I'm just going up and down that row of UE8 and UE whatever chips. And just giving it a good scrub. Because sometimes, you know, just stuff like that helps. You never know. We also have some corrosion on some of the axials, which probably isn't helping, but shouldn't really cause an issue. And just looking at some of these chips. Yeah, there's only really one that has a lot of green on it. And, you know, that trace was broken by one of the sound chips, so maybe that's why we weren't getting the speaker pop before. So at least we're doing something. Huh? I'm going to actually also... Turning on briefly and flip the power and boot it. Wait. My SE30 partially worked was triggered by turning on briefly, then flipping power on off. Oh, well, we could try that. I'm going to just put the camera here for a second because this might take a little bit. We will play around with this a little more. I was going to take this ROM chip off, the video ROM. Come on, focus. Here. We're over here now, buddy. Come on. Come on. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to reseat the socketed guys. Oh, come on. Yeah, there you go. And have to do this carefully because these are probably like just waiting to undo themselves here. I had a perfect little tool for this. And I'm looking up at my tool bench thingamajig, and I don't see it. somewhere. Well, we could use my tweezers that are bent. Of course, this is right next to the PDS slot. It makes it extra fun to try and remove. You know, whoever decided to put the battery right next to the ROM slot, I got some choice words for you. All those pins actually look fine. Don't break, don't break, don't break, don't break. Okay. That looks a little crusty. But these all seem fine. Now, I do have some contact cleaner. Where the heck do I have the contact cleaner? Where did I see that? Where did I see the contact cleaner? I think it's upstairs. I might have to go grab that. Hey, Dave's here! How's it going, Dave? Yes, they all should have had a battery door in the back. Contact cleaner. I saw that bottle, because I'm like, oh no, it's falling. I should pick that up. Yeah, I think it's upstairs. I'm going to put the BR back thing on. I will be right back. Where's the thingy? Where's the... There it is. Be right back. Okay, I have some contact cleaner. For safety, do not spray in eyes, okay? Well, that's going to be fun to clean up. Shouldn't have sprayed that much, huh? Assuming we don't want to turn the board on. With all that stuff there. Oopsie. Well. Wrong kind of contact cleaner. It actually dries pretty quick. There's not much left on here. Just gently brushing the pins here. Alrighty. Need to bend them slightly. You always want to make sure you're putting the chip in correctly, otherwise you could break things. Alright, that's in. Let's see, Justin. Let's see. Danger, extremely flammable. Skin irritant. Yeah, I guess that'll tell you. Do not lick. That chip looks okay. Just give a little bit of a spray. Do not taunt Super Happy Football. That is still one of the funniest Saturday Night Live skits ever. Super Happy Fumball. If it's before your time, look it up. It was before my time, but I saw it on videotape. Just one of the funniest things. It's an advertisement for a little ball, like a toy. And it's just, the warnings are just ridiculous. Alright. Put that chip back there too. Okay. Reseat these ones as well. This one's going to be a pain to get out, I can tell. Unless I go from the sides here. People on YouTube are going to be like, you're doing it wrong. I know. I know. I know. I know this isn't too exciting, but we're trying. Hey, Matthew, how's it going? Don't touch Willie. Good advice. I don't like the idea of Millhouse having 2 spaghetti dinners in one night. Or 2 spaghetti meals in one day. Whatever the ridiculous thing he says. All these chips look okay. There's nothing that looks too terribly rusted or anything on these chips. Probably a little too much there, but that'll be okay. Lousy smarch weather. I guess it wouldn't hurt to put contact cleaner in the ROM slot, because that needs to be clean. Alrighty. Scrubby scrub. Watching and repair an old motherboard. Okay, well, I'll attempt to explain. So this machine, in my previous live stream, I got this whole machine for $20. And a battery, which was located in this region, went kablamo! And rusted everything. Chips and things were falling off. But since I'm insane, I decided, well, that might not be too bad. Let me just finish drawing this and I'll continue talking. 1 second. And so essentially this board is referred to what they call as battery bomb. The battery exploded in it and it basically went off like a bomb and destroyed a lot of things. However, the SE30 logic board, which is what machine this is Macintosh SE30, is quite a desirable machine and they're quite sought after. So there's a lot of people in the community who would like one. And they're getting harder and harder to find in good condition because the batteries weren't really user serviceable. So whatever machines you find, it's just like, you know, most of the time they're going to either have capacitor issues or battery issues or both. So I was able to get this for $20. They originally wanted $50, but after I opened it up and showed them the rest, I said, well, you do $20 for it? I'm just going to use it for parts. And they're like, sure. And then when I got it home and started looking at it, I thought, you know what? Doesn't look that horrible. Maybe something could be done with it. Who knows? And so I started cleaning this on a previous episode, then I did it again. And this is the first time I actually turned it on. And we got an error called a CMAC error, which is the pattern, sort of like zebra stripes that appear on the screen. Which can mean a number of things, but we're trying to reseat all the sockets, just making sure everything's making a clean connection to try and troubleshoot this. So I think it's time to plug this in again and see if we have any change. It's really pouring outside. Alright, so let's move the camera again. Ron is here. A new angle, folks. We got a new angle. Oh, because Ron showed up, my camera went poopy. Thanks, Ron. Thanks a lot, buddy. Let's plug in the camera and hope that fixes it. Yes, it does. There we go. You all need a new angle on life. I had to click on the thingamajig here so it snaps the camera out of confusion or whatever the heck weird setting it's doing. Thanks, Ron. Thanks a bunch, pal. That's close enough. Would you be cool to repair an old PC or Apple computer? Oh yeah, it would be cool, yes. Hey, I didn't know how to do this stuff until a few years ago. And there was a bunch of awesome people on YouTube like Bruce Rain of Brankus Creations, Ron of Ron's computer videos, and all sorts of cool people like Joe of Joe's Computer Museum, and Adam, and the list goes on and on. So, I didn't invent it, I'm just on the flea, I'm a flea on top of a giant, basically. To butcher a phrase there. Alright, so we're going to plug the speaker in again, and the machine, and we're going to see if anything different happens, okay? Let's try it again. 3, 2, 1. I heard the speaker pop again, but we're probably still going to get the same garbage. Yep, same garbage. Well, ain't that a hoot? Huh. Nope. See, I did what Adam told me to do. Quickly on and off. Let's see if the reset buttons do anything. Nope. Nope. So it's unhappy. It could do a few things, but none of the things that we wanted to do. Oh boy. And of course, I'm just assuming all my traces are good. I think they are. I don't want to have to redo those again. Because that's what we're working with here. Fun times. Little wires going to all sorts of places. So this may be a good candidate for the reloaded board, where I can move components to a working board, so I don't have to worry about, you know, traces and vias being broken. But let's see. Is there anything else we could just spot? I am curious. I should probably move the camera back. I also need to fix the camera because it has a bad connection and it keeps shorting itself out on the USB port. It is marvelous. It's beautiful. Anybody who says otherwise is crazy. Yeah, well, I don't have the reloaded board yet, so I might as well just keep on looking at this. Yeah, I'm not looking forward to that, Adam. That's really why I'm not looking forward to it. The RAM and ROM slots do not look like they're fun to solder. I'm just going to test some points here. Just making sure things are touching where they're supposed to. $900. You look pretty good for that, Adam. Oh boy. Let's see. When 900 years old you look, you are. Look as good you will not. It's getting late. I'm messing up Star Wars quotes. My goodness. To borrow a phrase from Bruce, it is pissing outside. I mean, just because it's making a connection doesn't mean the chip is good, but... just want to test it here. Because it could be something silly simple. Last chip in the line here. Multimeter, you just gotta hang on for like 2 more seconds, buddy. Alright, well all those beep okay. Try pulling up the sound chip, connect a 1 ohm resistor between pin 7. Whoa, 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 what is this crazy talk here? Sorry, let me read the chat. Yes, Juron, it very much does. Let me turn this off for a second. And to all the 50 of you who are still watching, thank you. Okay, so this SE30, a bit of a fun guy here. This has 2 sound chips, if I recall correctly, right? Or am I going insane? Oh, I should check a few spots here that are always suspect. Did you solder that shift resistor on in the right orientation? I've heard from Jay that's important. Yes. The chips are in the right way because the little line is pointed the right way. But thank you for asking. Wouldn't be the first time I've messed that up. Alright, so what I'm checking for is there are traces that run under a chip, like right there. And that may not be making a connection to that leg, so we're going to test that. I see a little bit of stuff worn away there. I'm just curious if this point here... Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, because I once had that fixed a CMAC. From here to here was not making a connection. And that fixed it all up real good. Because you can see that line goes under and goes there. Well, I'm going to start looking at this thing from different angles. So we're going to do one of these things here. If I pull the right lever. Turn the multimeter off for a second so it shuts up. This has been through the ultrasonic cleaner once already. Oh, look at all that crud under there. But it could certainly use another bath, wouldn't you say? I certainly would say. Because look at all that crud. So I'm definitely going to scrub that chip. Make sure all those pins are connected as well. But seeing as all of these problem areas that I had to rerun the traces are all related to the RAM and the ROM, that could very much well be the issue. I would not doubt that at the least bit, because of course that would be a problem. But, you know, I couldn't help myself to try. Is that a solder ball? Ooh, we got a solder ball there. Wouldn't that be funny if that was the cause of this whole thing? Look at that guy right there. Really wedged in there, bud. Jeez. That was a big chunky one, huh? That could have certainly done something, huh? That's why we all look with different angles. Just to be sure, especially around the capacitors. I'm just going to test that spot with the multimeter. Alright, so I say we could test this again, huh? Just a quick little test-a-rooney. Alright, 3, 2, 1. Same thing. Not surprising. Just putting pressure on some of these chips here. It's still unhappy. Ugh. Wishful thinking. I'm gonna keep looking though, because I'm curious. Well, I was thinking of cleaning up that chip. So let me get a toothbrush here. It was this guy here. very hard to get that at that angle, so I had to lift it up there. Never hurts to try. I mean, I have a pretty sneaking suspicion that the fault here is related to the trace repairs I did. So I see myself spending a long time with the SE30 schematic. Because I didn't exactly follow a schematic. I was using another board as a test subject, and I realized halfway through that was a different revision board, but those points were still the same on at least that board. So let's just clean this up a little bit. This poor little real-time clock chip is freaking crusty. It could also be just another bad trace or bad connection I simply do not see yet. Quiet ye old multimeter. I'm going to use the multimeter and just confirm my assumptions about some of these connections here. That is going to be fun. Yeah, I definitely want to replace some of these. These really took the hit. So I'd love to take some of these off and replace them with the parts that are coming tomorrow. So maybe we'll do a follow-up stream sometime soon when we figure those out. But I'm not seeing any like rotted traces or anything, which is miraculous considering over here there was plenty. But that's right where the battery was, so let's see why. Here's this wire. This wire goes to this trace, right? So why are we getting no beep? There's no beep. Okay, there was a beep. VMware Fusion 5. What about it? The box or the CD or something? That's a good program. Don't you mean you'll see him Oh, done. No, because we've been going for I'm sleepy already. It's almost 11 p.m. and we've been going for 3 hours. He's not making sense anymore. There's some crud touching, but that looks like it's supposed to be connected actually. Ooh, we got some crud here. I really want this to work. Crud touching! You'll be caught in the crud touching! Crud touching! Sounds like a, PSA that they do in school, like, Susie, let Billy touch things. The crud on the floor. Do not let the crud touch the floor, or teacher will make you clean it up. Or some weird crap. I don't know. Damn kids with your music. Yeah, a lot of these look like crap, but I can't see a fault necessarily. Well, speaking of which, what we find here. Right next to a capacitor too, so it would make perfect sense if that was no longer touching. That actually looks okay. We will... Oh, shut up. Just turn off it the second I was going to use it. Mac84 sings! Buy the double cassette deck. Tape. Thing. Album. Where was I? Damn it. Here. That's where I was. Is that actually broken? Enhance! It looks like it's touching. That's hard to tell. Very strange. This one doesn't... These seem very finicky. Alright, well, I'm going to touch those up anyway, because one doesn't seem to be touching at least. I don't know. Welcome to the Kai Wee's Greatest Hits, available on 2 CDs or 18 8-tracks. You'll get such hits as, Is That Making a Connection? And Shut Up, You Stupid Multimeter. Act now, and you'll get a bonus CD, Bruce Sings. The people really just call for the bonus CD. I mean, I would too. That's really where you get the best value. I was able to do it for one. Come on. Shut up and take my money. Justin, you were supposed to leave ages ago. You okay? Alrighty. At least that seems to be a little happier. Maybe. Kind of. Sort of. Clean that up a bit. And then we could test it again, because why the heck not? This seems to just be what we're going to be doing tonight. At least for the remainder of this stream. Testing the classics. And I'm kind of tempted to take off another one of those U chips, but I know in my heart it won't do anything. No, the Quadra is working. I just have not really touched it because it is working. I do need to put that all together, but I'm just trying to fix up some repairs. We were originally focused on Ryan's machine today, but that might need some parts that I don't have access to, so that's going to be a bit tricky. Okay. Let's try this again. Three, two, one. Yeah, again we get the speaker pop, but probably not much else. Nope. Same thing. Well, I guess the next thing I'll have to do is spend a lot of time over a schematic and that board and making sure every connection from the ROM sim is working, and then do the same for the memory, or at least for the first few modules. Now, I think I do have a regular SE30 ROM sim, but I don't think that's going to make a difference because, yeah. I'm going to try some different memory just for the heck of it. Yes, there is a schematic for the SE30. Someone actually redrew it too. So you don't have the crummy one that was like hand drawn in the 80s and then scanned in and all that stuff. Someone actually recreated it. And yeah. I would love to have like a KiCad version of that where I could probe one point and see it visually, but I think the recreated board, unfortunately, for that case, made some optimizations. So it's not a true one-to-one representation of the board. If this doesn't work, I'm actually going to put all the memory in, because why not? Nope. let's try to put all the memories in. Why the heck not? Some of these are a bit crusty. So I don't think this is going to really do it, but you never know. Hopefully one of these doesn't start smoking. 3, 2, 1. And we get the same thing. Which is what I expected. Do you think it might be worth to solder a socket onto the components that are known to fail over time, so you need to quickly swap them? Well, the thing is, it's not going to fail over time if it's a healthy board. The reason they fail is because of the capacitor damage and the battery leakage and all that stuff. It would be probably more trouble than it's worth to do that in this particular case, but I do like that idea. For some other systems, like the sound chip on the Performance series would be great, but any way to utilize some sort of postcard to analyze the boot up state of routines? I could have an oscilloscope, you know, and probe around and stuff like that, but even my Apple Tech Step, which is a diagnostics tool, which was designed for machines like this, won't do me much if the machine doesn't boot up. Once it's booted, I could test memory and VRAM and the floating point coprocessor and all this stuff, but it's kind of limited in that regard. I'm sure there are people much smarter than I am who may have figured out some other things, and I know with an oscilloscope I could like probe like the CPU and things and the ADB chip and all this stuff to see if something is waiting on something or whatever, but I'm pretty sure there's some problem with one of the traces or the paths for the ROM slot or the memory modules. So what I'll probably do is set a time for a future stream where I'm going to look over the schematic. And the schematic was honestly a little confusing to me. I'm not the best at reading them, and I was trying to find out where things go, so I would probably you know, coerce Joe of Joe's Computer Museum, or Ron of Ron's Computer Videos, or Bruce of Brankus Creations, or some other smart people to hop on a stream with me and do it together, because misery loves company. Yeah, I do have a snooper card that's NuBus, but I just had an idea because I have a PDS to NuBus adapter for the SE30 for the 2SI, but I don't think that works on the SE30, does it? Or maybe it does. 2SI NuBus PDS to SE30. Let's see. Apparently it's not straightforward. My gut tells me maybe. Yeah, I just know that the I think the 2SI and the SE30 share the same PDS, but the logic is missing. Adam is saying, okay, that would make sense. Yeah, because you could do the same PDS slot, but if the logic is missing for the new bus functionality, then it's not going to do anything. But thank you, Adam, for talking me out of that. Yeah, so I think a schematic stream is in my future. Next couple of days or weeks or so. I don't even know where I put my phone. Where did I put my phone? I lost it. Nah, it's somewhere. Anywho, it doesn't work. Oh, okay. Oh, thank you, Adam. Yeah, so this has been fun. I really wanted this to work, but, you know, wanting it to work, not going to really do much. Kind of curious about this pin I wired to the CPU. I don't know why, for some reason, that's like sticking out for me. But I'm not going to touch anything right now. I'm going to have to start another stream in the future with this schematic thing, but that's going to take up a lot more time, and I'd want to be bright-eyed and bushy-tailed for that, so I don't mess it up. And in the meantime, it wouldn't hurt throwing this through the ultrasonic cleaner one more time, just to see if that makes any sort of a difference here. Because you never know. With all the solder balls we've been seeing, I mean, it's crazy. It's absolute crazy. It's could work. And then the diodes and the crystal will come tomorrow, so that'll be fun to play around with. So there should be another one of these streams fairly soonish. I'm just checking the pins on the bottom of this. Yeah, I mean, it's so unfortunate the pins that were corroded and such, because that's a pain in the butt. It's a big pain in the butt. But what are you gonna do? What you gonna do? Oh, is that a missing thingamajig? Hold on, let's see. The Radius new bus adapter. I have one of those. No, wait, I have a Radius color card adapter, which I think has a pass through. But I don't know if the pass through is new bus or PDS. So I'm not sure on that. Just start scraping. There's more things that look nasty here. But I think the Radius cards I have are for the 2SI specifically. Would it be necessary to remove some chips to clean underneath them? Yes, I did some of those already, but until we do another round of ultrasonic cleaning, I'm probably not going to do that too. I don't know. I don't know. See, all of these are connected to these guys, which, you know, these could be bad. And just look how much crud there is here. I'd ideally like to replace every single one of them. And I ordered enough parts to be able to do that. So tomorrow, what we'll probably do is or not tomorrow necessarily, but in the next stream. And see that? I almost committed to a date there. I'll replace most of these that I can. I think one of these I couldn't get a part for. But at least we could try. Let me just double check here. There was something I saw here that I wasn't too thrilled about. This guy. That looks okay, I guess. So many things. So many questionable things. Oh boy. That monkey's going to pay. So that's sort of out of the realm of possibilities right now. I'd love to get one. I just don't have one right now. I'm just checking to make sure any of those look suspicious. Because all it takes is one little break somewhere or one missing connection to have a whole bunch of trouble. But I would suspect it would be around this area here or where the capacitors are. Those are my two guesses. Your SC30 has dual monitors. Lucky duck. I have one that has dual monitors. One is color and the other is not color. Well, I should probably test that. So I just want to test some points with the multimeter here. Sorry, you weren't able to see what's on the microscope, but nobody complained, so I didn't notice. Apologies. Apologies. Alright, that's connected. So, that didn't really do anything. Oh boy. Well, I think this might be a safe place to put a pin in it. I don't know how many people are still watching. Yeah, I have a little camera that that does give me an idea of what's getting hot. It's one of those FLIR cameras, but I can't pipe it into the computer. It's just on my phone. So the next step, I guess, would be to use the schematic as a guide and try and figure out what may or may not be connected. There's just some dust there on the back of this board. Just to see if there would be a way to figure out what's not making a connection, why, and if we could solve it. Motorola debugger assembly. Well, I don't know too much about that, but that sounds fun. At least we did make the speaker pop again, because there was a broken trace on the 1 microfarad 50 volt capacitor, and that apparently went to the sound circuitry. So the speaker pops, and it displays a CMOS CMAC. So, yay, does the thing. Yeah, I think on the next stream I'm going to take the rest of these UD8, UC8, UB8, and UA8 chips off, just for the heck of it, and then remove a lot of these other chips here, but I have a sneaking suspicion it's going to be related to the ROM and the RAM. That's going to be my guess here. And it may be wrong, but it could be right, and you never know, because there's all that there. So that's what's going on. And yes, Adam, that is true. So, yeah, that's going to be a thing, but until then, I suppose. I don't know if I should continue streaming or what, because YouTube is not telling me the correct view amount of how many people are watching. It still says 47. I find that is dubious. Dubious, I say, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there are 47 people watching. I'm refreshing the window. It's going to take like 5 minutes for it to do because YouTube is slow. Oh, come on, just load the page. Oh, there's still 47. How about that? It's just the multimeter. Sorry. I want popcorn now too. Damn it. What the popcorn? Well, anything else I should try? Any guesses? Any guesses? I'm going to try it without the ROM and the RAM. I don't know. Yes, Bruce. We've been doing this for a while now. You snuck away, didn't you? No, the tech step will only work when the machine is booted. So I don't think that's going to help. There is some corrosion on the axial cap. Actually, on both of them. But I don't think that would cause it not to boot. But yeah, Bruce, so we are getting a SEMA CMAC on here. I've replaced UE8. I replaced the capacitors. I did fix a few little areas here. We did get the speaker to pop at least. So that's a thing. The speaker is popping. So we fixed a little thing. That's okay, Bruce. We fixed a little thing by the sound circuitry so the speaker pops when it turns on. But that's about it. That's all it does. No, you have to load them in pairs. So I have to load all 4 memory modules into 4 slots for it to be happy. But any other guesses on how to troubleshoot this, I'm all ears. But SEMA CMAC is one of those things where it's a pain in the butt because it can mean a lot of things. It can really mean a lot of things. I'm going to see if I have that regular SE30 ROM over here. I don't think that's going to make a difference though, because why would it? Oh, this one says no good on it. Okay, well that's not going to help. Beep out all the pins of the ROM slot. You know what, Bruce? Since you came back from the meeting and you need some entertainment, let's do that. But I don't know how to do it. I guess shove the multimeter between the bottom here and the socket, huh? Or do you mean from the pin out to where it should have showed us on the schematic? That's probably making more sense. Damn it, Bruce, and your ideas, your logic and common sense. What I was saying is I should get you or somebody else who's smart on the stream and we'd look at this schematic together. But I know you're working, so maybe another time is best for that. Spare 68040 chips. No, Adam, unfortunately I don't. I almost bought one when they were pretty cheap for the Quadra 840AV because I thought that might have solved it. And I did buy one. I think it was a 33 megahertz one, but I'm planning to put that in my Quadra 610. So that's the only one I got. Unless you want an LC one, which I know you don't. Use the Force. I wish it was that easy. Just like use a Jedi mind trick to find out where the broken trace is or whatever. Oh, Bruce. Let's open up the schematic. Why the heck not? I'm not doing anything. You'll have to help me. Now I'm going to use the fancy schematic. That's the redrawn one. That's on the GitHubs, I believe. Yeah, here it is. I'm going to put a link in the video in the chat here. Because this is pretty damn cool. It's basically oh, sorry. Now if you're like it's basically the schematic. What is this? There's a PDF. There we go. Download the PDF. Go to file, please. Download. I just want to download the PDF. I don't want to view it in this viewer thing. Download. Yes, please. Please. There we go. Bruce is like, screw this. I'm out of here. Oh, Bruce. Alright, well, I have a schematic. I'm gonna move screens here so I could see things better. This is the Terminator. We have the schematic. Oh, this is gonna be fun. And by fun, I mean a pain in the butt. Let me move the screen closer. Because I'm blind. Let's see if this will... No, that's not going to do any better. Alright. So let's find the ROM. What the hell am I doing this for? Why? Why? There we go. ROM sim. Excellent. Okay. Now this multimeter is going to turn off a lot. So pin 1 is where? The square one. That's square? Yeah, sure, why not? So pin 1 should go to 5 volts. I think that's 5 volts. I'm going to assume that one's fine. No, because we make assumptions, we make an ass out of ourselves. And I assume the X means it makes no connection here. See, this is where I get confused. It says pin 4 goes to A2. And then there's a blue line. And that says a bunch of stuff on it. But then that blue line connects to other things that also say A2 on it. So I guess if those connect, then that goes to the same thing? Maybe? I don't know these things. I'm guessing. So let's... And how is this read? Like, these are the questions I'm asking myself to somebody who can't see the microscope because I'm an idiot and not focusing on things. So my question is, this is pin 1, right? So is this pin 2? Or is this pin 2? Like that's the question here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8? Or is it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Like, these are the simple things I just don't know that are going to get me into trouble. So does it go up, down, or does it go horizontal? So this is supposed to go to 5 volts, which it seems like it does. Let's see if there's anything else that is painfully obvious of where it goes. Because there's 64 pins here. The 64th pin goes to ground. Alright, so that's ground. That's going where it's supposed to go, which is great. And pin 30 is also ground. Alright. So at least we're doing some stuff, right? Huh? We're doing the thing. Yeah. Yeah. Not, I gotta tell you, I'm not too confident in what I'm doing right now. Oh, not in the slightest. Not in the slightest. But I want to learn. I really do. I'm trying. Well, it has an 040 card in it, Adam. Don't think the Rominator was made to understand what the 040 card is. But, I have to find my working SE30 sim. It's on the desk here somewhere. I just... Because Mike gave me one just a few months ago. And got to be here somewhere. Let's see, is it here? Sorry for the loud noises. Oh, that's crusty. I have a few crusty SE30 ROM sips, but not too many of the non-crusty variety. Yeah, that's some help. Alright, well, let's see. Let's try and find this out here, I guess. This doesn't make any sense to me. I guess those are all the same thing. Yeah, see, on the schematic, I don't... Here, let me bring this up on the thing, because otherwise you can't see what I'm talking about. Nope, wrong thing. Okay, so this is what I'm having some trouble with understanding. So here is page 1 of the redrawn SE30 schematic here, and you can't see my cursor. Lovely. Let me try this again. Let's see, can I capture the whole screen? Display capture. There. Okay. Let's try this now. You can see my mouse. Yay! Okay, so this is what I'm having some difficulty understanding. Let me just zoom in a little bit here. Shoot. Did the wrong thing. There. You zoom in a bit here. So this is what I'm having trouble understanding. So this is page 1 of the schematic here. And if I'm looking at ROM sim 1 and I look at pin 1, that goes to 5 volts. I understand that. And then this green line connects here to pin 13. So I assume that that also connects to 5 volts. So I understand that. And the same with pin 30, pin 46, and pin 63. I understand this green line signifies that they all go to 5 volts. What I'm having trouble understanding is these blue lines. Because we have one blue line here that's D031 from 137, and that goes here, and it's touching pin 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Then we have this blue line here, which is A031, which is doing the same thing. So present buses. Okay, whatever that is. I'm not an expert here with this stuff, so it's really like racking my brain trying to understand this. So I have to figure out what this is referring to, I guess, in order to connect the lines here. So if this A2 is going to this A thingamajig, I have to find that A, I suppose. Will contain all signals specified by the flag. Okay. So all the lines that touch them are lumped in and go almost to the same place. Okay, so like A2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 will go somewhere on a chip that's labeled A or something. Yeah, that's a little flag thingamajig. Okay, groups a single bundle together. I can't be arsed to draw 32 individual lines. Okay. When you see a dot in the middle of a line, it connects with other lines linked to that dot. No dot means you jump over. Oh. Oh, so this blue line here is not going to the A's. This blue line here is going to the D's. Is that correct? So A is here on this blue line, and the D's, this line has to intersect because that's how lines work, but it's only connected to the D's. Ah, okay. That makes more sense now. See, I'm learning. Thank you. Now I understand this a little bit better, because I'm like, why would all this and that connect to the same thing? Like, that makes no sense. Okay, that makes more sense to me. Okay, I'm learning. This is awesome. So now my question is, let's use this as an example. Let's go, I guess we could start with this. Dots are the connection points. Yes, I understand the dots are the connection points. But I also assume that A2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 connecting to this blue line go to this A0 colon 31. But I'm having trouble understanding what these numbers signify. So this is 1, 3-7. I'm trying to understand what these are signifying here. That's where I'm getting caught up on the second thing here. Because there's many other pages with A, B, C. Like, these are, like, I guess how the board is drawn out, or just how the schematic is drawn out. But, like, if this said, gotta flow the blue line back to the previous page. Yeah, I mean, this is the first page. Line 1, skip 2, then 3 to 7. Okay. Probably a page reference. Okay. So this is page 1, 3 to 7. So here's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Is that how this works? Like 7, 6, 5, 4? Like the grid on a page? Would that make sense? The pages of the drawings. Okay. Not the grid. Okay. So then 3 through 7. So something on 3 should have this D, whatever it is. I don't know why the thumbnails aren't showing up. That's annoying. So I'm here. I need to find what this D it's referring to is. Maybe. I don't know. Got a bunch of RAM stuff here. And now I'm scrolling pages. So you'll find address bus connections on page 3 through 7. Okay, so here's page 1. This is telling me 1, 3 through 7. So maybe page 1 connects to page 3 through 7. Is that what it means? Let me zoom in a little bit here. So 1 is the page we're on now, I suppose. Then maybe 3 through 7. Let's try. Well, no, this 3 says ROM. Here, let's start with this. This looks a little bit easier. ROM. So if I go to page 3, well, there's plenty of pages. We got 10 pages here. So now I'm on page 3. What the heck am I looking for? We got vias. I see 1 through 3 coming here. Little info box shows the... Okay. Yeah, I don't think I'm in a good frame of mind to start this from scratch right now, but... Okay. So yeah, so via 2, RTC, and ADB. Okay. Red flags on the left of page 3. Okay. Oh, so maybe I'm matching the flags to the flags? Is that correct? Because then that would make sense. Reset, ADB. Yes, let's find one that says ROM, because I think that's what we saw here. Yeah, this flag says ROM, so I'm just matching the flags to the flags. That sounds too easy, but I'll take it. So, don't see anything there. I know I'm super zoomed in here, but power off. I'm seeing a lot of stuff. Let me zoom out a little bit. On the left or the right? Okay. So we should see something that says ROM on the left or the right. I see RAM. No, I don't see anything that says ROM. So if I go back to page 1 here, it looks like 3 is where I'd find something with the ROM. That's just an assumption here. Page 4. Oh, wait. Am I going by the pages of the PDF and not the pages of the actual thing? What page is this called? Rev 2, side B. It doesn't say the page necessarily. Page number at the bottom right. I see revision. I don't see a page number unless I'm blind here. Yeah, so if I go to page 4, and I appreciate everyone's help, I really do. Oh, what the heck, man. Page number is the bottom right, but if I go to the bottom right, I see the title, I see the sheet, I see the file, I see the size, I see the date, do not see a page number. Page ID 410 is on the PDF's page 3. What? Rightmost edge. ID? Is that it? The page number is the ID? Oh, that's screwing me up. Alright. Well, thank you. I would have never understood that. So we start with page 3. That's great. Okay. I understand they were just recreating the original, so I totally get it. But it's confusing to me. And this is page 1, which is intentionally blank or whatever. Okay, so let's do this logically then. Okay, so 3 should have something that says ROM then. Just for funsies here. ROM. It says 3, and that's where we are on the frickin' ROM, so that would make sense. Okay. Alright. I don't know. I have the document from the GitHub thing that I linked before. It's a PDF that has everything. It's not the individual pages. You can see the PDF title right on my screen, though. Macintosh SE_30 schematic redraw of, and then blah, 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 March 31st, 2021. But 1-Bit Fever Dreams, I appreciate the help. And I've lost 6 viewers, but that's okay. I'm learning. Yes, so all the data and address lines here. Okay, so I recognize these little things. I believe these are on the bottom of the board. I think. So let's try and get this straight then. So here, this is page 3. And this is saying page 3 through 7 is where these go through. So here, let me put the link in there again. 1 second. I have to. That's not what I wanted. So if you go to the GitHub page here, I put the link in the chat, and then you click on the Well, hold on. This will be easier if I just do this. Ignore that link. Go to that one. There. Yeah, the one that Jay put there. Okay, sorry. I'm back. Those lines are connected to stuff shown on pages 1 and 3 and 7. Okay, then that makes sense. And this D, I have to figure out. So this D is, those are these, I guess. Okay, so D0 through 31. So then D0 here. Okay, so D0, so pin 14 should go here. Okay, that makes sense. So D0, D0, D8, that's pin 22, should go there. Okay, so this is making sense. I understand that now. I think I'm in a much better place now. But also, it's almost midnight here. I don't know if I have enough stamina to keep going on this. So what I'll probably do is put a pin in this and come back when I'm refreshed and understanding what I'm doing here, because we're 4 hours into this. But yeah, Jay is streaming next, so you all could get entertained by Jay. Yeah, it does go to a lot of places, but at least I could see if it's going to spots, and then that'll help me understand what's going on there. But yeah, that's I learned how to do the thing again. I know I've read one before, but things go in and out of my brain like crazy, like Swiss cheese. No one's gonna watch that, Jay. Anyway, I'd like to thank everybody for tuning in today. We will have another stream sometime soon. Sorry that the 9150 was sort of a bust. We need to find some parts for that before I'm comfortable playing around with that. But hey, Elemento. Yes, they're coming in handy. I'm still learning because of this. This was a rusted battery bombed board that I got for $20 with a computer and everything. And I had to run a few traces, as you could see. And I want to confirm my work. So I'm going to look at the schematic, because I was using a known good board instead. But Elemento, thank you for your work on this recreated, because this is great. I could search for it and stuff, and the white balance on this camera is making my head look like a freaking headlight. Anyway, yeah. Yep. But anyway, very cool stuff, and I will be sure to do another stream where I'm looking at the schematic and I have more energy to try and figure this out, because this thing, I really want to get it to work. See, I don't have KiCad. That's what I'm going to do. That's what I'm going to do. I have a PC here. I'm going to put a hard drive in it, or SSD or whatever. I'll install KiCad. As long as I can get the files from GitHub, somebody might just have to walk me through that, because I don't know how to use KiCad. Oh, do you have to pay for KiCad? You have to pay for KiCad? Hopefully not. I don't have the monies to spend on it. KiCad works on the Mac too. I didn't know that. Open source. Yay! It's free. Okay. Well, let's download KiCad now before I end the stream. How about that? For some reason... Oh, no. I'm thinking of Eagle CAD or something. Oh, wait. This machine is too old. I need... I'm only running 10.13. This needs 10.15. Previous releases. Oh, boy. Oh, thank you for not telling us what version supports what on the previous releases. Oh, that's a pain in the butt. So I could just guess. That's right, Eagle. That's what I was thinking. Okay, so what version of KiCad works on Mojave? No, I'm not even on Mojave on here. Oh my goodness. I'm on High Sierra. I need to update this machine, but I haven't. See system requirements for details. Oh boy. Alright, so unsupported. Well, I need to know the previous versions, what they support. Yeah, but my desktop's upstairs. That's not really going to help me out. I have a laptop with Catalina. I guess I could always like do that, but then I can't share the screen and stuff. But yeah, KiCad might be something to look into. I'll play with that after. It's not going to work right now, but I'll look at some tutorials on YouTube and I'll figure it out. But I want to thank everybody for watching. Thank you for all the super chats, all the likes, subscribes, all that stuff. You will see more of this board whether you like it or not, because I'm stubborn and I got this. And although the machine's chassis was rusted to bits and a lot of these chips and things have fallen off, I have replacements coming tomorrow. And I'm very excited to try and get this up and running over the next few days or weeks or whatever. But thank you, Elemento, and everyone else who's helping. Jay, Bruce, One Bit Fever Dreams, and everybody else who... I'm not missing anybody, sorry. No, see, I tried to screen share. I tried to screen share to the Mac Studio that's up in my desk upstairs, and for some reason, it's like, gives me a black screen. I don't know why. It's probably... This is too old, but... Anyway... Thank you, everybody, for watching. Take care, and I'll see you on the next one. Uh-oh, where's the stop button? Oh, God. All right, there it is. All right, bye.